Hello, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're doing another live stream, as is my habit. You might see slight changes in my background because I've been moving around my studio a little bit. I've got it set up so I can be over here now and pick up and play my bass. Because my thought is I might want to start leaning more on that as far as making anything is concerned. And that's what brings me to the Godot engine, of which you apparently can't see all of it correctly, so maybe I will want to move this around until it shows up on the screen correctly, like this. Because we are still in the mode of making that composition toy. I say toy, but the idea is it needs to do the job of like my paper references, mostly for the purposes of giving me ideas for things like chord sequences and stuff like that that you can compose with. Hey, Jonathan. And I have many reference pages of things that I'd like to include with all that. So some of the stuff that I was thinking about was running with this, but including this little stuff here, the itty-bitty piano keyboard. And what slowed me down the other day was having a hard time coming up with a plan for how that was going to work. And that is because I needed to do it manually, I think. Oh yeah, Jonathan, I'm glad that Soft Clock has been helpful because I'm very excited about where that's going. In fact, one of the things that I've done, I've shown this before, and it is a simple, I'm not sure what wood this is. It's a laminated wooden platter, and I've just stuck a piezo element to it. And this is actually Velcro. As it happens, this particular kind of Velcro tape is incredibly good at sticking to stuff really in a determined way. Makes it be a good strain relief for a cable. And I've got another larger platter, like right under that. And I'm waiting on a second peek and hold device. I can't read the name of this vendor. Folks in Germany are making these. And what it is you input the piezo pickup, and then it will output all manner of things like triggers and decay curves and a sample and hold velocity based thing, which is very handy. So I've got all this stuff printed up. This one, for instance, has 4 separate inputs for what is a Blue Lantern mini shimmery. And so you plug these into the relevant inputs of the device, like that's T for trigger, P and H is one of the jacks. This with 2 velocity things is another one of the jacks. There's a P and H log that you can use. There's a whole bunch of stuff like that. For instance, this is trigger and looks like the scotch tape came loose, and two separate curves. One's an exponential, one's more linear. And that connects to a Blue Lantern GS snare. And the idea is I'm looking to make that so that I can not only plug electronic percussion into this piezo thing, but also take one of the platters, put it on the floor, and put one of them in my lap, and play along to that, which will be generating two separate, easily controlled and designed human percussive inputs. Ones where I can handle it very quickly and not as cumbersome as if I was trying to play stuff in on a MIDI keyboard or something like that. No, it'll track much faster, and it will handle velocity much more smoothly. Narusik, I don't know. And these are some of the things that have been holding up some of my work, which can now move forward because as of yesterday, not only do I have Chimey Guitar 2 based on the most recent work done in Pressure, not only do I have Chimey Deluxe, which I have made into something that I intend to use with that bass, the electric bass, but I also have a working version of the new Guitar Hall Reverb, up to and including the ability to set things farther back in the space, closer to the back wall or farther away, meaning that I can sit down, and I don't have all of my trigger inputs yet, but seeing as I have one, I can take the extended range guitar and plug this into a kick drum sound, either a more realistic one or an entirely fake sounding one that is real clicky. And play a kick drum in like this. And that is more than fast enough to keep up with anything I'm likely to be able to do on the electric guitar. So I can fire up Soft Clock. I can lay down something perhaps as a bass riff to start off with, and then track extended range guitar over it, which will limit things a little. I don't have an extended range bass, so that changes matters a little bit. Although I do have a short scale bass that I can simply drop the tuning even more. I'm not sure if I'm going to want to though, because I like the rig for things. And then overdub drums, not having to play real drums, which I can't play that fast, but playing all of the actual drum parts with hand drums. Like if I needed to do a kick drum that was more like a blast beat to fit with the genre that I'll be doing an example of, then I'd be able to do that using the modular kicks. And it would even lean in the direction of the sort of artificiality of modern metal type things. And if I do that, then I can demo Pointy Deluxe, because we're waiting on Pointy Deluxe. People are asking me for it, and I've got it and I can post it, but I need to be able to demonstrate it in a way that makes sense, rather than just posting it and being like, here, use this, I guess. I need to be able to show what it does. And part of the whole idea from Pointy Deluxe, given that that is the one, you already have Pointy Guitar. Pointy Guitar has the cabinet simulation stuff in there. Quick answer to Jonathan. I don't think that is something that will happen. I think that's probably Electroharmonics does a bunch of interesting things that are not in line with what I intend to try. That's similar to, like, it's like line effects, line 6 type stuff. I know, right? That works great. That would be wonderful. Electroharmonics is noted for being able to have you plug your guitar into a thing which then turns into a B3 organ or whatever. And they have basic models that follow that sort of thing. Nothing that I do in the more direct signal processing style of things is going to replicate that. If you need the Electroharmonics Ravish sitar pedal, then you should get it, because that's not the kind of thing that I do. The closest I get is I would like to popularize the ability of like piezo drum-based things, because I think that it has real possibilities regarding what I'm trying to move towards in terms of, I don't know, using programs like this one where it gives you ideas for chords and things to use, but what you're supposed to do is go into a DAW, maybe lay down a track of soft clock along with your first track. Saves you a little bit of time doing that. That's one of the reasons that I want 2 inputs on the piezo. I've got the one which I would be able to do anything with that, just layering. But if I have 2 of them, there's stuff that I can do with hand drums and my feet where it'll naturally be creating. It's not quite your oh god, what's his name? The famous and very amusing guy for Dream Theater, drummer. I'm not quite that guy doing like 4-stroke rolls that are hand, foot, foot, hand, foot, foot as fast as you possibly can. But I can throw like riffs of like 3 or 4 hand beats into foot and make them go shoop, make them zero in on the final beat, which is the accent. And I can do that with my fingers and toes perfectly well. Doing it with full drumsticks at scale and loud is more physically demanding than I can really do. I can try, but it's too hard to keep all of that stuff going at the same time. Although I've never really spent time trying to do like laying down a track, and kind of like the Police has sometimes done in their history, doing just the drums and then doing a pass for just the cymbals. That works super well, and I'm going to be doing it for the piezos and things. And let me type it into chat rather than bother spelling it. I call it piezo, but piezo, I don't know how you pronounce it. I'm going to continue to pronounce it piezo. It is piezo or piezoelectric pickups. It is a type of transducer that is ceramic on one side and metal on another. And when you bend it or change it or stretch it or push it, that creates electric energy. And that's how we do it. You've got that in acoustic guitars quite commonly as the method of pickup for them, since they'll be often using bronze strings, and those don't work on magnetic pickups. Funny thing about that is, when I was trying to get together the materials for doing a full-on DIY thing and sharing that with people and doing business that way, like setting people up with toys of things, I do not have any people who create plugins for people just like me, with the possible exception of like the Consolidated team, which is Bacon Paul, and there's another fellow, Lars, who's joined in. And thing is, they're not making things for me. If they were, I'd have specific requests and I'd be able to do a whole bunch of neat stuff, because it'd be like, I would like this and this to do this, and then I'd be off and running. I barely even have the ability to make GUI things using Juice. So I don't have any people to create plugins for me. What I have is people who are using what I've done to create variations on those things for themselves. And that's an important thing. That's an important insight. I have no idea what a downward compressor opposite of aught would be. Most recently, my experience of aught is it's a like British trance producer guy, and I've been listening to some of his music. Although one of the challenges with aught's music is that he tends to make stuff that very much is in that zone of could easily be made simply by AIs. He tends to make stuff that would be pretty easy to just simulate, because his approach to that stuff is pretty straightforward, and there's not all that much going on as far as like it'll really settle into its trancy zones, and those zones are easily AI reproducible. But aught is also a producer. Aught technically means over the top. That's what gave it its name. It's also heavily multiband. I don't tend to make multiband compressors. Although some of the work that I've been doing with like Smooth EQ, that would lend itself to that use. Anywho, there is a number of things I'd like to do here. I've got a little bit of coffee left. I don't intend to be pounding many more cups of coffee than I already have. And do we need this one anymore? I feel like we don't. Although it could come in handy. I could use it for something. Here's my note display. I've got this stuff sort of tucked away in this corner. And what I need to do is make another creation. And we're going to use that thing I was fooling with last Tuesday, I guess. And it was called Color Rect. So you can use these underneath everything just to sort of display them. I was trying to create these in code, and it was not going well. The reason I was doing that was I wanted to be able to instance it in a way where I'd be able to do more sophisticated stuff than I'm currently looking at. I was looking to do stuff that was more sophisticated than just drawing all of these out by hand and doing them. Correct. Console X has multiband. In fact, one of the things I'm thinking about for Console H, I'm beginning to think that what's going to end up happening, I do have about a half a year before, if I want it to come out like Console X did, at the end of the year, I do have about half a year to do the things. I'm wondering whether maybe it's going to become I do all of the work for that kind of on my own time and don't tell anybody about any of it, and then everybody just gets the final result, just spring it on you as if it was all completely different. But one of the things I'm thinking about, I'm gesturing in the direction of the control surface. I do have the compressor gate. I've got the faders. Those don't matter because the faders are part of Airwindows. I've got a setup in Reaper where I'm able to assign Reaper tracks to colors, and then Airwindows controls those. I have an idea for the parametrics, and I have an idea which is more like Smoothie Q for fire, air, and stone would instead just become a straight up 3-band EQ. The stuff I'm looking at for compression and gating, that's also like what I'm thinking is rather than have the bands of compression apply only to 2 different bands of filtering, which in Console X is Stonefire, I'm wondering whether maybe what I'm going to be doing, and I'm warming to this idea, with the concept of Console H, parametrics become something where they're narrower bands, but you can also deres them. That's where you apply things like bit crush. Specifically 2 different directions of bit crush, one of which goes to compression and one of which goes to gating. And you'd go in opposite directions in order to work out which one you got. So I've got rules for those things as well. And I'm wondering whether what I'm looking at with the compression and gating concept, which is separate from the deres gating we're talking about, the bit crush gating we're talking about, that compression and gating could be independently operating on the normal, high quality, probably fairly steep cutoff filters, but the ones that are like Smoothie Q, a simple 3-band that just straight up gives you tone controls. It doesn't do anything weird or fancy or unusual. It just lets you do your basicest form of tone shaping. And that would be for like the normal adjustments, things that are supposed to sound correct and good and ordinary. The parametrics become like boosty little bands to hype stuff up with. And also become deres in the sense that you can get massive bit crushing of various kinds, which also serves the purpose of compression or gating. But then that entire set can also go through a compressor and gate, because I have 2 banks of the things. And you're supposed to be able to understand how those work. That would probably cover it. Also, Yuri, you'll see. Let me see what I can do here with regard to firstly, we're going to rename it because we may be making multiple instances of this. But it's gonna have children as well, so I'll be able to duplicate them all, and then it'll be more cumbersome, it'll be more tiresome than as I don't know how to create stuff in the Godot scene as an array. If I did, I'd be able to simplify things somewhat, but I don't know how. So what we're going to do And I can also move this into the piano roll control. What we're going to do is make this be a backdrop, figure out how big I want it to be. We'll maybe have it be 100 pixels tall. And what I'm looking to do won't have it be quite that wide. See, I need to make it like these. And you may say, well, but Chris, it's black, and that's based on white, and that's because I need individual little rectangles that are in white like that, and then also technically another set of rectangles on top of those where the key will either be gray or black. As you can see, when the black key is not available for playing, it goes to a gray color. And that's what I came up with as far as making it something where I could work out what I was doing with it all. Narusik, I don't know. So let's see. I'd kind of like to have it, let's see, there's 7 keys to go with, and they will take up the entire space, and then I'm going to overlay another 5 keys on top of those. If I could turn off the YouTube leaderboard crown thing, I would. I don't know how. I didn't turn it on, I'll have you know. At no point did I do that. It just started happening because YouTube, I guess. Be assured that I'm not going to care about it. It's just more visual clutter, which is entirely correct. It is nothing but visual clutter. It's not responding to chat revenue either, interestingly. Like, there hasn't actually been... Okay, I can? Well, let me see then. How can I? I can click this button and it is just... okay. It's now showing me this. Okay. Leaderboard. Yeah, how about that's nonsense? I care for all of you equally, and I do not care what Google points you get specifically. So let's have a look at this. Alrighty. Let's do the thing. As in, turn this foolishness off. Correct, Yuri. I think it is going to work like that. I'm going to be changing colors of things. And it's going to be changed from within Piano Roll. So maybe it also needs to live inside Piano Roll. But I don't need to... All I need to do is slide that to a different place in the scene, and then it will become a child of Piano Roll, and I can access it within there. Don't mind me trying to fix this. Ooh. Heimbach has a new thing on contemporary classical percussion. Let's see. Okay. YouTube settings, privacy. I should be able to get there from here. I'm pretty sure it's going to be YouTube Studio. Well, maybe not. Okay, this would be why I haven't done it. I can't find the way. Nope, hang on. I found something. Okay, I went to settings and I do not see anything saying privacy. Interesting. Nope. 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 The noise that's in the background is probably a neighbor with their goofy little mountain bikey thing. Okay, so still trying to solve this one. It said sign into YouTube. Let's see whether I can get to this by going here. So rather than being on the dashboard, that's actually just showing stuff. Oh, okay. Here's another place. There's setting. Okay. See, what it was saying was go there, go to privacy. This is not in YouTube Studio, which is where I spend most of my time. But this is still apparently a thing. And if I go to privacy, I can turn that off. And I can also turn off the spamminess of Super Chat. So there we are. Connected apps. I'm not connected to any of these things. They're just suggesting them. Okay, let me close this window and reload it and see whether anything changed. Maybe. Okay. It's not showing those goofy little crowns anymore. We are back to, when YouTube was good. YouTube was never good. Cool. Well, I'm glad you drew that to my attention. As tiresome as it is, that's a small improvement in quality of life for me and the rest of you. Honestly, what a silly thing to have people do. So let's move onwards into trying to make this work. Can I make this self-populate itself with white color rects? If I can, then I can make it resizable and various other things like that. Maybe, just possibly. Yeah, stream is fine, all the better for taking away those silly things. Although possibly YouTube will do things like refusing to let you, okay, you can look at those things, but it doesn't show them in chat. Fine. Also, I always change it to live chat rather than top chat, because it doesn't really make any difference, honestly, but... Here we are in Octave 1. Maybe what I need to do is simply do it all manually. My concern there is if I simply do it all manually, I have to adjust everything by hand anytime I change a thing. And that's not awesome. It's not great. Although one thing I could do is, well, no, hang on a second. I can control the size of this here, but if I run the program, like I can run the program right now. And it will run and work, or at least once it gets around to it, it'll run and work. But this now doesn't do a thing. Also, I was considering having this piano roll default to clicking on dots like this and being able to doctor it in this way. See, now we can only click on some of the things. With these dots that I click on being a lot wider, wide enough that I could draw chords in text above them. I did get this bit working though. So there's that. I do at least have that going on. It'll be much easier to see when I have a little keyboard drawn here, and that will be helpful to anybody who's playing a little or big keyboard where they're trying to find out where to put their fingers, because you can't really see it very effectively on the piano roll. The piano roll is very primitive. It's working in terms of resizing and scaling and moving it all around based on a simple bitmap, and each of those is a pixel. And that's all well and good. In fact, it's an efficient way of doing it because Godot is quite capable of resizing things so that it's drawing our little blocky representation quite naturally. But it doesn't look like a piano keyboard at all. Ooh. And it broke. That's okay, I just closed it. I don't know what its little problem was. Maybe at some point I'll figure it out. When I'm using GDScript, it doesn't seem to cause a problem. But I'm doing this stuff in C#, and so maybe it's causing a problem that I'm responsible for solving. Anywho, what's the proper size for this nonsense? Let's assume that this window is going to be big enough that you can read the text. Oh, we're at exactly 100%. You know, I'll probably run with that. We'll just make it be 100%. I might change the entire size of this window. And I'm deciding where I want this to be relative to the other stuff. Because we can't really put it on top of there because then it'll block out the other thing. Also, I'm wondering how big I want it to be. And how many of these things are going to fit inside. So Wow, let's not do that. Yikes. Let's make it 300,000 in size. Maybe not. So boop, the default positioning is at 0, 0. And that could be my, well, wait a minute though. How big is this other stuff? You're going to bear with me while I sort out some of those things. I wonder whether maybe I would like to relocate some of this stuff. That's some of the fun of these things, is I can just start scooching things around like mad. And let's see, this is my reference point. These are additional resize controls, which I may not wish. Might not even end up with those at all. I just designed it so that it could use them. So if you remember way back, like previous weeks, I have this. It's a rough sketch of what the program might be. And it has these areas called spaces that are roughly laid out in rectangular areas. And what I've got here is note space. And it's kinda sorta working. In fact, I've got bits color-coded that more or less make sense, and I can change the size of it. I can do a smaller or larger area, scroll it and move it around. It tracks to MIDI note values. What I don't currently have is a way of sounding a note, and that might be also something worth fooling with. Audio stream player. So if I have one of these, maybe I can make it make a noise. Nah, last day's guitar. You must understand, anybody looking to do this kind of thing, the only times you're doing anything worthwhile are when you feel like a complete idiot and you're not sure where you are. You never feel like a genius when you're actually doing any relevant work. And that's a challenge, that's a struggle, but it is both worth doing and it's also worth remembering. Like, if you have hopes of doing cool things yourself, never forget that simple fact. Never forget that simple fact that if you're doing anything that's worth doing, you're probably kind of lost. And you'll go, what on earth do I do? Oh no, help, I'm confused and lost. I'm spending a lot of time there. So I appreciate the positive words and stuff. Just understand that's not what it feels like doing it. And I'll tell you, I've been putting a lot of work into getting ready to release Pointy Deluxe. Pointy Deluxe is Pointy Guitar, but no amp simulator. Instead, it has twice the amount of control over the bands that you're manipulating. And so it is wilder. And I think it will be possible to dial in useful sounds using it, but also some very strange, creepy sounds as well. And Pointy Deluxe is labeled, I think I could even show you. Twisted wave. Open recent. Doesn't matter what this is. All that matters is whether I can open it. Pointy Deluxe is labeled with these labels from top to bottom: Hell, Fizz, Peck, Satan, Danger, Critical, High Meat, Low Meat, Swing, and Rarely. Those are literally from Slipperman. Slipperman was the metalcore, etc. engineer out of New Jersey in the Big Blue Mini studio named Tim Gillies. He's no longer with us. He had health issues and ended up moving to Tasmania with his girlfriend and living there for a few more years, and then he passed away. He had to move there because he was the owner of the studio. He made a lot of money, but too much to qualify for like Medicaid or whatever. And so he had to pay for his health expenses out of pocket, and they became unbearable. And so he basically had to flee the country. And he probably got some good years out of that choice. Better than going under in America, making his studio bankrupt. He sold it to his employees for like $1. He was the coolest man ever. I got to meet him once, and I sympathized with him online and sort of made friends in a very disconnected way. Similarly to what you folks are to me is what I was to Slipperman, as I approved of what he was doing and encouraged seeing more of it. And he has a famous set of posts and missives and MP3s and things about Slipperman's recording distorted guitars from hell. These are his names for these frequency ranges. So I am basically just celebrating the legacy of Slipperman using this. And also it's fun to have a Satan knob on your plugin. And yeah, I'm looking to do that. Looking to put that out. I don't remember why I started talking about that. Oh, no, I do remember. And the reason I started talking about that was because Slipperman also was very open and upfront about the fact that every time he tried to do a thing, and he had like very successful bands under his belt, he struggled like mad and felt like he was an idiot and a fraud and a poser and couldn't do anything. And all of his work was always like that. And it would become incredibly successful and people would love it, and he wouldn't be able to listen to it for like a year or so afterwards until he'd forgotten what it was like making it, and he would be moving on to the next thing. So, same deal. Slipperman was very open about that was his experience of doing this kind of thing. And he was also a genius in the way that Yuri was talking about. And he was also doing the Chris from Airwindows thing, which is kind of partly where I got it, was seeing this guy sharing everything that he knew and everything he was able to bring to bear with everybody, just so that people would understand and be able to do cool stuff. He was just giving it out. And I thought that was admirable, so I was trying to do likewise. Now let's see. Can we add anything else to an audio stream player? Perhaps not. Sound matches node. Okay, because there are no results for it. Well, we've got an audio section here. We've got master. Here's my options. Oh, interesting. Record. Okay, that's not going to be helpful, but that's interesting that you can do that. So the thing that I'm missing here, that I'm not able to do, which is making me sad, is we don't have a signal generator. So I can't play a note with any of this stuff, and that is frustrating to me. It's only able to work with samples. Looks like I have a capture. Well, technically what I can do is the trick where you set up a effect to resonate. I can play like the Moog filter resonance sine wave generator thing. That would be messy and sloppy though. Capture is audio effect capture buffer length this. Nope. That also is not helpful. So yeah, the audio pane, not helpful. Audio stream player looks a little bit like that's also not helpful. Although here's I can define these things, right? So I already know what some of that stuff is because I did it with that game that I made where it was playing breakbeats and stuff. That did require me to have a bank of wave files kicking around. Interesting. What have we here? Well, we just made this. Stream generator custom rate 44.1K, 0.5 buffer length. But what did it do? Is it making a sound? Signs point to no. I'm seeing it blinking. I don't think that's doing anything. I had hopes that I was going to make a signal generator that way. Clearly not. I think we're going to shut that off and reset all these things. And ooh, interesting. We're getting closer to something. Ah, look at that. Here's a sample on how to use it to generate a sine wave. You've got my attention, Godot. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Fancy that. This leans in the direction of being able to use Godot to, I don't know, write audio code in there. I wouldn't want to be doing it in GDScript though. Audio generator demo. Won't be caring about latency. That's not what this is about. This is about being able to generate some kind of beep. I do believe that I can do this. Oh, I wouldn't be doing that. But I should be able to produce a beep. That would be neat. Maybe that can be my job for today. Because you know I can add that to the other thing that I had. We don't even need to use the sine function there, although there's no reason not to, really. C#. So first, let's move this into piano roll. Seeing as here is what can produce notes. I would be surprised if Blender was any good at creating a UI for a plugin, simply because you'd use that to create like raw images. If you were making the background for a plugin, like see here, I have a black square or black rectangle. You could also have a texture, and the texture could include any kind of fancy picture that you wanted. And that would count as like the fancy backdrop to your plugin. If that counts as that I don't think counts as UI all by itself. Let's create a new script. It's in C#. I guess we do not. I can't turn that on. Okay. Having the script name be the same as a built-in type is usually not desired. Fair? Okay, then we won't. Instead, the audio player is going to be called Beep. Now it's not going to be named the same as a built-in type. And now we can jump into this and start comparing it with this code. So there's a ready. Oh, we're going to make some private variables. I'm a little puzzled as to like this is showing me code. I think this doesn't exist until I put it there. So it's defining public audio stream player, and that's what we're doing here. So this stuff gets created as private stuff in this class. And we'll hope that that's enough. I don't know why this is being drawn with. Okay, now it said invalid modifier public and local function declaration. Am I doing it in the right place? Does it need to be in the class? Maybe I undo this and put it in a different place. How about that? How about we put it here? There we go. So a little happier about that. And then dig some of this stuff up. Ready was containing this. And then we don't have fill buffer yet. And we're not going to be using process because this is not going to care about the frame rate. This is an audio function. So we'll poke that in right where frame rate was. Right where process was, rather. And now it can call fill buffer because this would be it. I have a question. Why is this red? This isn't red. This is red, and I don't know why. Is it because it's not being used for anything? Is it because some terrible thing is wrong? Well, one thing we can do is see if it does anything. Lives inside this. Oh, please build the C# project. Ah, is this going to stop this from being in red? No. Well, if that's true, I could save it and it would stop being, I don't know whether I have any linters installed. Let's see, this does have a script to it now. Oh, as usual, if I click around on here, it stops working until I click again. In this case, it looks like it's going to refuse to work until I actually change this around too, and then go back to here. Beep, player, select a node. Okay, how about I select that? Okay, good. So far, so good. That acted like it was the thing it wanted to do. Ooh, changed in get. That's interesting. Thank you, J&J, because that is worth knowing, because I do have a get project for this. And I don't think Git has the most recent version of the rest of this, but the file doesn't even exist in Git yet. That would explain it. And now let's see whether I can do audio stream generator. So we told it to be generator. That might or might not be enough for it. I don't know what that just did. Maybe we'll just leave it. Resource. Does it have a resource? Presumably not. Let's see where all this has got us. Is it actually going to make a noise, or is it not? Hey. And it stopped. Check that out. It went boop and stopped. Neat. This is going to go somewhere. So since this worked, that's probably all I can get for now. I don't think I can get anything more from this. Oh, say a bug fix. So if we don't have it as playing, we still get it. It is indeed a beep. This is the bit we're going to override, and we need to be able to call it. And I think this is what the person was suggesting. Oh, and player play. So might be wanting to define another class for playing the actual note on command. It's not going to be an override because it's not going to already exist. There's going to be something in there, and some of this goes elsewhere. In fact, maybe all this goes elsewhere. After all, this is only about defining things, but we don't want it there, do we? Now, if that worked, then it will do it again. Struggling. It did. But then if I call it from in here, there's the question. So where do I have an activity that is not simply here? When you touch update secondary, it does it again. And what the hell did I just make? Oh, I just hid what it was by calling it beep. Thanks. Helpful. What even is this? Because I have to say what it is. It is an audio stream player. And if I do the autocomplete, it will do some things, except for it will do them wrong, because it's not in piano roll key secondary, it's in piano roll beep. And there is no play, or is there? That's an interesting question. Well, we can find out whether it just breaks. Does not play just by hitting play. However, that was not what I was going to try. After all, I have beep CS, and we have play note. Maybe that's what it wants. But nope, that's not in the... So audio stream player, we're not calling into the script. There's no sense telling the player to play again. It doesn't have this method. But could it? I guess it does have that as an available thing. And that would be an override. That would be an override, wouldn't it? No, apparently it wouldn't. I thought that would be a thing, but I stand corrected. It clearly is not. Well, when I had it just doing this, that existed and it was fine. Ooh, but I've also changed this, so that's still wrong. Let's put it back, and so if this works, it will not make the tone until I move that control. But maybe it's not going to work at all. Time to find out. Nope, but does it make the note now? It does not. Do we have errors that might tip off what's going on? Because we've got a script in here, but we're not actually able to call this how about doing signals? I don't see a play signal, that's the problem. Like, that's a legit signal. But I don't see a signal on audio stream player that's even the one that it called before. That's a problem. What happens if I do this? Does it beep on beginning? Yes, it does. But this doesn't do likewise. I mean, I can do things with this. Oh yeah, no, I know that ready is called one time on initialization. I'm trying to do it in another method. I've got this method that says play, which originally was a different name. It was play note. If I do that, it still works. But we can't call it from here. In fact, if I tell it audio stream, player, piano roll, beep, play note, it can't find that. I'm probably going to need to call a script from another script. Give me a second. I need to take a moment. I'm going to put on a piece of music and go away for just a bit so that I can rinse out my coffee cup and use my restroom, because I drank a bunch of coffee and it's closing in on 12:45. You know this drill, right? And I will set it so that Stream can actually hear it, even though I cannot. So I am going to try the thing that was suggested. Try to switch the audio back. Get node beep. It might or might not do anything. I'll find out real quick. J&J, you're a wizard. Or at least somebody who knows this stuff way better than me. Let's find out how it worked. Ah, it must be not so much operating this one, but touching this one updates that one, and that's what makes it go. Cool. That's all we needed to get started. And this is being called when I touched the primary. That's why it did what it did. Next stage. Now that that works, thank you so much. We're doing something else. Down here, we have an input event. Here's where we place a pixel. Here's where we place the pixel with this note, and it'll update note number. Now what we don't have yet is, okay, so what, I can probably talk you through that, but let's jump back into Godot. So this is a audio stream player. It just happens to be named Beep. So the audio stream player is the part that's able to play a waveform. I'm going to be playing with my tea bag. This is herbal tea. It's called Tension Tamer. It's been a while since I've had this. I'm looking forward to it. It is a non-caffeinated tea. Has a little bit of catnip. And what's happening is the player is what does this, but I have a script which happens to be named what I named the audio stream player. The script is the part that's capable of putting information in the buffer. The script is this bit here. And we can now lose that. I don't think it'll complain, just being a null. It'll just fire and then do nothing and fall out the bottom. So what's happening is we're not manipulating the generator so much as we're manipulating the script. Bounce back over to main, which is where we're calling it. In this situation, if the display lets you click the note, it will set that pixel, and it'll set that pixel in red. If you have shut it off, I believe, well, let's find out. We've just updated it so that it's responding as it would need to. Did I hit run or did it somehow fail? Or maybe it's broken. No, it didn't break. It's fine. No longer are we updating like that. Now it goes beep when I place one of these notes. But if I unplace it, good. We're still in the correct behavior. What we're doing is we are feeding information into this script. Get node, beep, piano roll, beep, play note. See, when I changed it to beep at J&J's suggestion, rather than trying to talk to the generator directly, we're talking to the script. And this is the generator, and this is the script part that we got. And we're calling this bit in the script, and that's where it is. What we need to do is feed stuff into this. And that's probably going to, like, we don't have the math for I do not know why we need to have a separate thing for this. Maybe not. Maybe let's not. How about you stop being a separate function, functional programming for the win, and start being just this. How about that? Why do you have your spacings weird? Ooh, it's all kinds of weird now. What does it think it's doing? Let's see if it lets... It doesn't, does it? It's given me fits. Maybe that's because this is actually correct. I like that format slightly better. Show context actions. Why, yes, fix the indentation problem, but then we also have an indentation problem here, which I don't understand why it's not registering. Why are you not registering this indentation problem? Let's see if it still runs. Maybe I broke it. Maybe in doing that change I broke it. Nope. I did not break it. It just looks dumb. I'm expecting this indentation. Maybe there's an indentation thing in the interface. So if I tell all of that, refactor, nope, that's not what I'm looking for. Folding, nope, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm not sure it's giving me a single thing to change the indentation problem that I see, but it doesn't. That's weird. And that appears to be the indentation it wants to see. And yet, this is all dumb. So let's continue fiddling with it. This is a derail. I'm supposed to be doing something else. I don't really care. I want to make it do what I want. That's an incredibly dumb way for this to be working, and yet I'm able to do it, so fine. It should just scooch over one. It didn't. So... Also, I'm not sure I like this order of operations. Surely it should be loading all of this stuff up and then hitting play. Also, I'm not quite sure what the hell this is about. This is not how I would do that. I've never done it like that before. Oh, okay. So that's just making the sine work a certain way. You know, you don't have to do it that way. No matter. I've honestly never seen mathf tau before. None of the stuff I've ever done with the sine function has called for it. Okay, so quick derail. I'm going to go off and put some stevia in this tea and get rid of the tea bag. Be right back. It won't take long enough for me to have to play music. All right, delicious. So you're thinking Shift Tab to move things backwards and forwards? You may be right. So phase times 6 point. First, let's make sure this even still works. I bet it does. I stand corrected. Holy crap. I broke it by mistake. You're not supposed to hit play or play this far down. Instead, you're supposed to hit it before doing these things. I should be able to simply undo that change, though. Bingo. Weird and interesting. I wouldn't have called that. A program that can convert LR audio channels into an RGB image texture. No, I have no idea how to do that. If I knew how to do that, I'd probably be doing something like that. Yay. So what we're going to be doing is updating some of these things. In particular, pulse hertz gets changed. I don't know if that means I need to, oh, I know what to do. Puzzle, what am I doing? Boop. Also, a bunch of this seems to be like phase needs to exist here, certainly. But geez, why are we doing this? Why are we not simply doing this? I guess we'll find out real quick. If this still works, oh, I forgot to do an update. I can't click on that and zoom to the thing, or can I? I can double click on that and zoom to the thing. There. Now let's see if it's any happier. Cool. So here's where we're at. No reason to define sample hertz up there, but we do need to define the double value phase. We need to hit player play first for some reason. I don't know why that is. Oh, hi, look at you. We can't do that there. Well, that explains why it's a separate thing. The capitalization is the same. I guess I'm just missing something. I guess you can't make that indirect in that way. Well, just wasted a bit of time doing foolish things. But we are back to working condition. Clearly, whatever underscore playback is, it's this. That looks like a redundant instruction to me. It didn't help me any, so what I'm going to do is leave that comment. Not only that, let's lose this. We're not using that. Should still work. We're feeding in a frequency. Got there. You know, I could also manage a envelope. We could do an envelope. And to tell you why, interesting. Interesting. Is this a stereo thing? Let's look that one up. that is not helpful. This is in the programming language Swift. There's Godot. Alrighty. Push frame. Less efficient than push buffer. Okay. Cool. Cool. Push buffer. Frames. We're still not talking much about what that even is, though. When they say frames, what I'm probably talking about is individual buffer samples. I do not know packed vector 2 array or vector 2. Okay, so it's using floats, although it's being specified as 1. We'll find out. That's probably, seeing as it said it was using floats. Equivalent to new vector 2 1, 1. Except for it would be new vector 2 0.0, 0.0 for silence. So let's find out what we get. Let's see what happens if we hit tab on that. Cool. Then one more paren over here. It's not happy about that, but that's possibly because we're having to cast it to float, but that's consistent with what else it said. In that case, why are we running it as double? Don't ask me. I like processing things in double anyhow. This we are not dithering down to the single word. That's a little bit too demanding, although this is how you would go about doing it. Now, not that you'll be able to, well, you'll be able to, I'll be able to show you. Let's see what we get. Does it work, and is it now on one side? Witness for yourself. We're going to set it over to run to the stream, and I will show you. We successfully solved the mystery. As in, kind of I did, but it was just waiting there to be discovered. And since we're familiar with DSP processing, we know that 0 is the middle of the waveform. And we could make a big pop in the other channel by having it go to something else. Like 1 should be, we're using sine. So 1 is clipping, -1 is clipping. So here's an interesting question. Let's put a, and I do not know in what way we can manipulate the buffer length. We're being given a buffer. The buffer appears to be like 1 second in length. Let's update this and see what else we can make happen. Boy. And now we use this code in here. Boom. At which point we can use this. But before we go there, that's not what I'm going to want to do. So I can't even complete the word output sample because it'll do all of that. Oh, although apparently option and will just only give me that. Cool. Thank you, writer, for telling me that that was also possible, because I sure didn't want to do all of that. You have no idea what I'm trying to do. Although it's close. See? So far so good, and so far so good, but not that. It's going to be a factor of I. And it filled in the closing paren, which is often not helpful for me, but whatever. I better not continue typing increment. Okay, good. I divided by... Ooh, I is an integer. That's a problem. Well, I can override it. But the rest of it is actually correct. It figured it out. It's not done, but it had the correct suggestion. Let's run with that. And now it's unhappy with that, and maybe that's because I need to cast this to float as well. Or because I have too many parentheses in here. Or not enough. Well, that should have worked. What's its problem now? Oh, 1.0 F. That's a double. Got there. I'm used to typing in 1.0 in C because I'm used to working on my plugins. And my plugins are in double precision, not this. So check this out. We should make a simple linear envelope now. And we still haven't got the note. But here's now the next thing to do. Now we go over to here. Because it's not going to be 440 as a float. It's going to be note number. Interesting that it's click Y plus 3. It's being scaled correctly. Yeah, it's like an elevator sound. I could soften the attack of that too. We're probably fine though. There's my further notes on what all of this is. All well and good. Next thing I do is start looking up. And are we Okay, int click Y to string. That may or may not be correctly a MIDI note number. Chat has disconnected and disconnected. Hi, chat. In hertz. Well, we can do a table, but I'm looking to do an algorithm. I'm not going to want a Pythagorean tuning. So that's cool and all, but I don't want a table. I want a algorithm. SourceForge, subsynth. Verify that you're human. Hilarious that that is a thing. Oh, okay, so that's a conversion chart, but here's the actual algorithm. MIDI note number. $440. Okay, so that seems cumbersome, but we will remember that A is 440 and kind of run from here. Not using that. This is to generate an array. We're not going to use the array part, but we are going to use it all in floating point. We're going to assume that A is 440. I suppose I could put in something to alter that as well. But we can kind of walk through and step some of these things. Let's begin by using that. Ooh, now it's unhappy. No matter. Well, that wasn't right. That's actually a neat enough function. We'll make everything be floats. It wanted me to call it note click Y, but I'm not going to bother with that. And it's still unhappy. Have I got the wrong kinds of parentheses in here or something? What's our little problem now? Oh, I bet it doesn't like this being an int. No, it wasn't that. Well, you're upset about something. What are you upset about? God knows. Maybe it doesn't want to know. What on earth is your little problem? I wasn't expecting to trip over this. I tell you. So 2 to the power of Okay, how about we make everything be ints again? No, it's no happier. I doubt it, but let's find out. No, that's too many. It's throwing a fit, and I can't tell you why. Maybe if all of this is in parentheses, that can't possibly help. Nope, in fact, it considers those redundant and not useful. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Cannot apply that to operands of int and float. It also can't apply it to float. But I bet we have the pow function available. So let's firstly 2 to the power of that. Float pow. Now wants it to be an F. And it is telling me that it doesn't need, well, we've got problems with the numbers of parentheses, but that's fine. I expected that much. And it doesn't need the additional level of parentheses, which is why it's got those showing up as grayed out. It likes to gray out the ones it doesn't consider important. Click Y is an int. We can subtract 9 from an int and still have that be legit, but I don't think we can divide it by 12. So let's clean this up a bit. In theory, that worked. Let's find out how true that is. Okay, we're right down at the bottom of the, let's scroll way up. That's a high pitch. Wonder if those are actually in tune. I do have a tuner, but I don't think it picks up microphone sounds. Guess we can find out. Nope. If I put a big sort of sail and clamped this onto like a paper cone, it would probably be able to get it. That said, here's something that we can do to quickly check. And remember, we're taking literally click Y, but we're not actually correcting that. We're just subtracting 9. So cool it, Jess. Hi, Jess. Okay, that did not give me the information I wanted. Actually, don't need that. Let's do this. That's too complicated. That's useless. Let's not do that. Swear to God, the bass guitar note values were closer to what I was looking for. That's crazy. Why would it not be able to tell me the correct thing? I bet this uses all of them again. Stinker. You useless pile of junk. Okay. Lowest note is E2. As a matter of fact, I've got a bass right here. That makes this E3. No. E3. That would be 52. So in this roundabout way, we're going back over to here and running this again. And we're not going to want note 12. This is cumbersome. What are we even doing? Ooh, we're wandering in pitch. That's weird. I think this is more, needs to be integer a little bit. It's fretless. Didn't expect that. But 52E, it's the lowest note on the guitar. That's it. Now I stop it being fretless. Why might you say, would it be fretless? Because click Y is probably not an integer. Yeah, it's a float. Watch this. It is a fretless. I'm going to need to offset it this much or more or less. And then if we then expand it a whole bunch, It's a fretless. That was not expected, but it can be fixed. And here's how we fix it. Click Y was already afloat. Boom. And now we're not going to be fretless anymore. Oh, hi, what's your problem? Oh, do we not need that? Oh no, I feel like it did need that after all. Okay, who do I have to blow to get this thing to be integer? Syntax error, comma expected. Well, I see a comma literally right here. That's the one you should want. Okay, I think it feels better now. Now it's in tune. So we needed that. Why, yes, Yuri, we probably can. Care to guess how? That ought to give us some harmonics. Pretty simple matter. Oh, too low. There you go. There's your harmonics. However, hang on a moment. Better I should do it here. Let's make it be only relating to the output of this. Oh, for heaven's sake, stop that. Idiot. It has no idea what I'm trying to do. It simply has no idea. It's going to fight me every step of the way because it's stupid and doesn't understand what I'm trying to do. It's as if it never saw Airwindows before. There, one of those. And I need to set this to the middle by default. Bim. Cool. This is something I was wanting weeks ago. How nice that I've been able to get this bit of it sorted out. How nice that we can have a pretty little beam. There we go. And yes, it has to be floor click Y to produce the correct note. Otherwise, we have a fretless piano keyboard. And as you remember, now that we've sorted that out and we're getting correct notes for the correct things on the keyboard, it's time to show a keyboard. Let's see what we can do here. I should probably also highlight that in some way as well. But that's kind of by the by. Oh, and remember, this needed to be different. Let's see what this does by default now. Yep, low note on the guitar. And if we push all the way over to a secondary key, we can play a chromatic scale from there. And if we tell it to be in E, okay, let's get fancier. E major, no, let's do E minor. So rather than D flat minor, we're going to go to primary key of G, E minor, and this thing on the side is showing us what that note is. So if we're in the primary key and we can only play minor notes, we're playing this one black key, so that is a full step. It's not Phrygian, so it's not like E Phrygian. Jess, it's going to be open source, so go ahead. And there's some more of my notes. This is what the colors are for, Jess. Picking a different key and showing which ones are in which key. We got that much going. I wonder, oh, look at you. We can make the buffer length shorter. Cool, cool. Oh, interesting. What happens if we do this? We've got max polyphony now. Well, easier to do that if I have a longer buffer length. Now let's see if we can overlap these guys at all. Nope. Polyphony gets you nothing here. We'll not worry about it. My head's definitely kind of hurting more than a little bit over all this, but there has been some progress made at least. You know what I wish I could do? I wish I could make this show rather than just be transparent. Making me sad that it can't. Also, I wonder what would happen if we tried to change the size of it. What do we get if we do this? Oh, you're all moving around is what? That's relative to it. Only problem is I cannot see it unless it's selected. So I have to do this. Let's see if it still works. Ooh, aliasing. Those are clearly not real numbers. Still seems to be giving correct notes. I do like that I have more ability to show it. Like, what I'd like to do is be able to specify what notes start and what notes end. So low 40. What I want to be able to do is type in or otherwise control one's singing range for use with this kind of stuff, so that you'd have some kind of clue as to what you could use here, because this is tricky to manage. Oh, Hulk Hogan has passed away? Alrighty then. To be perfectly honest with you, Jess, I was a lot unhappier about Ozzy passing. Hulk made a lot of problems. See, E. So that's the low note on the bass. So that's, I can't hit a 35. I can hit a 36 kind of. So I can sing the low note on the bass pretty much, but then you quickly start running out of steam as you go up. And can't hit that for love nor money. So I think it's jumping to the point at which it's clicked. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. It makes it impossible to use. Maybe I can do something about that. Step 0. Page. Okay, used for scroll bar. Cool. Please show that. Thank you. A scroll bar's grabber length is the scroll bar size multiplied by page over the difference between min value and max value. Does that mean if I call that 12, it will jump by octaves? One can but try. And we're starting at 50. It's being cumbersome to manipulate, but whatever. So if I run it again, and this is actually changing by octaves rather than just jumping to where it is in the scroll bar, then I'd be able to click that and it would move one over, but it clearly is not, is it? That sucks. I know what that is. That is the opacity one. And that is the width. And we, oh no, that is the scroll size. And that is the placement. I kind of like that aspect ratio because it is like you used to get on the old Apple II. But we're nowhere nearer being able to make this work. And that's because you can't even define MIDI notes above 128, and yet it is asking for them. And we're still no forwarder as far as being able to tell it to scroll by one octave. So that stinks. But why? Why, if you have defined page, does it not jump by page? How are you supposed to operate or use page? A scroll bar's grabber length. Okay, that's fine but useless. It didn't give me a damn thing I needed. Okay, well that wasn't useful, but whatever. Actually, that looks horrible. What's wrong with it? That can't possibly be what it's supposed to look like. Okay, we're going to call that a swing and a miss. That's useless. Used mainly for scroll bar. Problem is, I can't select this thing that it's showing as a pop-up or click on the clickable links in it because they just vanish instantly as soon as I move closer to them. That's unfortunate. That's most unfortunate. Scroll bar's grabber length is the scroll bar size multiplied by page over the difference between min value and max value. We've got min value, we've got max value. I would expect page to be interface adjacent. And yet, it's as if page is not interface adjacent at all. Time to look on the webs again, see what kind of nonsense we're looking at. Godot page scroll bar. The scroll bar is the one that I'm using. Wow, that's not very helpful at all. The heck? Okay, so in theory, arrow keys if it's focused. But I'm expecting to see increment and decrement buttons, and they do not seem to exist. Okay. Scroll bar increment button. What makes these scroll bar increment or decrement buttons? It sounds to me like scroll bar is supposed to contain such buttons, and yet. Okay, so allow greater or lesser? No. No, that's not what I'm going to want. Alrighty, time to start looking for other kinds of things. Focus is important, but nope. Probably nope. 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 Oh. Cool beans. Hello. Okay, maybe it's because I called it Zoom H and Scroll H, but it is actually a slider. And sliders don't have increment or decrement buttons. So let's go find out what happens if we take this control, which is a very similar control referred to by name, but we change its type. And it would be vertical. So it would be V scroll bar, then what? Then it will look like that. Our values are still the same. Page can be put to 12 again. Will it still run? No, it dies. But if you do scroll bar, that is updating as it's supposed to. You can step it up and down. Ah, check it out. I think I found something. I bet you when I refer to this, I'm insisting that it is in fact a slider, but it is not. So scroll H, A, let's see if it works now. And that is a big nope. Where else am I referring to that? There. Or am I? Okay, labels, not a problem. The labels are just going to be labels. Those are still sliders. Man, this is a big pile of mess. You click it and it doesn't go to the place you wanted. $237A. Maybe there's a second place where it does. Here's where I called it scroll bar. Ah. Okay. Was that the only place? That was the only place. Okay, there's the behavior I wanted. Got there. Ah, except for it is inverted. Why is it inverted? I do not know. It is. So there's a low note, and there's a slightly higher, and there's a higher still. 4 octaves, it's just that this is upside down. Interesting. Maybe in the regular Godot program I have control over that. Oh, hi, custom step. What's that about? Well, -1 custom step does seem as if that would be doing exactly the opposite thing I want. But it's forcing it to be that. Interesting. Well, if I select all and tell it that the custom step is 1, then what happens? Then do we have it making a tiny bit of sense? We still go in the opposite direction. Ooh. But when I scroll this, that's manageable. It's moving it slowly that I can kind of see what's happening. I like that part. I like that you can kind of see what it's doing. So in that case, that's still fine. Custom stuff can stay what it is, I guess. We still don't have any increment or decrement buttons. I would like there to be. Page. So that is what happens when you click up or down. We're going to see whether we can make it be a negative page. Apparently not. What? Well, alrighty then. Back to page being 12. But now we're going to see if we can make the ranges be inverted. No, we can't. That sucks. Not only that, we've just overwritten the crap that we wanted. Well, what would we get if we started trying to force it to be only within a certain range? What happens if we do this? I feel like it might break everything completely. And yet we can but try. Oh, you can't. It's trying to mind my business for me is what it's doing. Okay, 80. Now I should be able to get a page of 12, not 102, but 12. And the value is not following things correctly, but if I just boop it ahead a little bit, no, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Now let's see what this does. Okay. There's a low point of 50. I think that's what I punched in there. This could be bringing me in a direction that's useful. high point of 98, but guess what? We put it to its extreme. So we bit over 60 or 50. Seems to be giving me about the same amount regardless of what happens to it. Although we do always start at 50. That might be useful. Back over to here. Yep, sure enough. Min value 50. I have not yet tested out whether the max value 80. Scroll this whole thing over to here and then move this over to match what's shown here. Or at least it's very frustrating that I can't adjust these things while looking at that thing. That makes me sad. Why must it be the way that it be? And yet, that is what it be. I wonder whether it's worth doing this one. I have questions about whether it's worth doing that one. What the heck, let's do it. Which means I now got to update that stuff as well. Boy, I went way too far there. And much like that's min value and max value. Needn't worry about. Well, now hang on a second. What does it? Well, it crashes if we do that. I didn't update any of the other stuff. I gotta go and do that now. Fairly straightforward though. And there, and anywhere else? I don't think so. Okay, cool. So we can see that. The scroll bar thumb is I would imagine that scroll bar thumb to be considerably wider than this. After all, okay, so I'm kind of digging that. That's very graspable. This, on the other hand, is inverse. And not doing what I'd hoped. 5080, page 12, value 62. Before. Ah, okay. Page helped. And value is going to in fact be 0. I fear it's still going to run backwards on me, though. Yeah, so that's not as I would wish, but all the same, you do get to scooch it over so that you can see the far end of the control. This is pretty much ideal for what I would want it to be, because you're just kind of moving it in order to see down to here or up to here. So those still seem good. Again, the hope is to make it so that it's like singable notes, meaning I'm going to be putting in more information there later. Also, I could move these zoom things off screen for now, and alpha, which I'm not using for anything right now. So we can define it as a 256 by 256, but I've got my layout more suited to it being 512. Oops. And now I can't undo past that. Except for yes, I can. There. Now these things are a little bit more correctly oriented. This could be scooched down to here. Why can I not bloody click on things? Please let me click on this. It's doing that thing again. It's doing that thing where you can't do anything. There. Got there. You still can't see that, though. I could put a color rect underneath that. That would at least show me, except for it would be kind of superfluous. Because once the program is running, we don't need it. Just going to see what it looks like now. Okay. first, let's quit out of that. Bobby-san, I'm hoping I can have it be done before 2026. That is my hope. I can but try. I'll try. It's based on me. It's based on the need for people to be able to drastically manipulate and change sounds without imitating things. Ideally, the hope is, if Console H truly and fully works, you would be able to throw frickin' Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band in there, produce sound from it, and post it up on YouTube and not get content struck, because it would manipulate things that aggressively. This is not to say that that necessarily worked or is something that I have, like right off the top of my head, but that is the hope anyhow. Okay, let's start putting in some more controls. Okay, type in notes or use more of these crazy scroll bars and sliders for things. Bearing in mind also that I will need to be able to save all of this at some point at least, so that people can run local versions. Not that any of this is available right now, but that's the hope. People can run local versions and be able to have it customized to their personal conditions. Jazz has a preference. Here's how you can type things. I typed and nothing happened. There we go. So there will be 3 of these. Each of them have distinct and separate purposes. And hopefully, nope, that's not correct at all. There we go. Then, nope. Thank you. There, now we can see 3 different things. This is going to need another script. to some extent, this is assuming maleness because you don't get, I don't know enough about it to know whether, let's find out. Female falsetto does exist, it's just pretty useless. Okay. Okay, so falsetto or whistle voice are about the same. And as a male, your chest voice is very limited. Mine certainly is. Falsetto in a male acts like this whistle register being talked about. It's a disconnected high register. It's a different sound. Okay, there's a big argument going on here. I have no idea what's going on in the singing subreddit. That tracks. Dude can whistle like a teapot. Alrighty then. So this doesn't do anything yet. I'm going to call it FW just on the, see if there isn't anything there that shows. Oh, also looks like you need to stretch that out a little bit. There we go. I don't know why it would have changed in size. You could probably write MIDI files with Godot. The output for this program is fire up a DAW, such as Reaper, for instance, and then write stuff like this. Low. Okay, so that's not actually working, and I'll tell you why. I've got this set wrong. Almost. That's a very tough question, Waffle Maker. So, 36. So that would be the limit. And so entering this number would update this scroll bar. And that's as far down as it can go. Entering this number would update the other range of this scroll bar, limiting how far that can go. And I don't know how well that's going to work. And then these are going to have their own purposes We'll get there. So I'll punch that in basically for me. That's a low C, which I can just about sing. And let's go and find the value for this one, maybe. Well, I mean, what even is C# desktop environment? C# is invented by Microsoft. I'm on a Mac. How would I even be, like, what? What, I ask you? Quickly run it again. Now that's too high. Why are we having so much problem clicking on this? What's your little problem? There we go. So if I'm correct, that's my highest head voice. That's my highest belt note. I'll go off into the other room and test it. La, la. I can go one note higher than that. Maybe not reliably. So 64. And then there's a high G that's a falsetto, which I can hit if I try to sing a song by Yes, South Side of the Sky. F. But I don't think I can hit the A. Or at least not reliably. I bet I wouldn't be able to hit that most of the time. And I guarantee I can't hit B flat. Yeah, I can't hit that one. I've written down over there that G sharp is the highest note that I can hit in a reliable way. See, on South Side of the Sky, that's one of the notes, and I can hit it if asked. But then I can't hit any of the other notes. So 68. So here's where this is heading. Might be zooming factors in here as well. 64, first of all, 64 and 68. 64. 68. That is the limits of my vocal apparatus. Ooh, cow bless. I have some of that as well. Like, if there's a particular thing that I can actually hit and I have a way to imitate it, then that lets me do it. You know one reason why that is? It's because if you're imitating a vocalist, you're probably contorting your vocal apparatus into the way that it needs to go. For instance, there is a story about Elton John singing Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, and interviewed about the process, Gus Dudgeon says, you know, it's funny about that song. People ask if we speeded him up. We did not. We did not speed him up. He just sang as if he was speeded up. What that also means is much like in the song When I'm 64 by the Beatles, which was sped up. If you were imitating a younger person, or if you're imitating a child, you will form your voice into a way where you would be able to hit higher notes. And that's very significant if your range is normally way different than that. Like, I'm gonna try to see whether I can sing the first couple of lines from Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, and then also do it in that sung like a younger person thing. When are you gonna come down? When are you gonna learn? Versus, when are you gonna come down? When are you gonna learn? Except for that's a very low pitch. Whereas if it was way higher than that, it might be unreachable in a full-throated voice, but reachable in your Muppet style, sing like a little boy style voice. If I try to run this again, 68, nope, that's 89, that's way higher. Okay, that note, why can I not click on the bloody thing? F. Ah! That's just a hair above what I can normally hit in a full belt. Maybe it'll work better if I move these around. It's fighting me a lot. It doesn't want to let me click on things. I don't like that. But there's not a bloody lot I can do about it right now. So if I pick, maybe I'll go a little bit lower than that. Can we click on the bloody thing? Holy crap. It's really struggling now. Doesn't ever want to let me click on anything. Oh, ah. See the deeper, fuller voiced one? Like, sing like a man. Oh, operatic kind of thing. It's a little harder to reach a higher note that way than it is if you did the Elton John thing of making it. Thank you. When you try to make your voice sound like you're younger, or sound like you're smaller, or sound like you're littler, the range goes up. That's kind of what might be happening if you're imitating a vocalist and can do it, and you just do it yourself and you can't, is because you're putting your voice into a range where you're expressing as you would, but you're expressing in a different way than the vocalist does. So, oh, hard to hit that high note, but ah. So if you're doing the I'm Elton John and I'm taking a really high voice, I'm singing Goodbye Yellow Brick Road on that note, and I can sing higher and higher. If you voice yourself into that smaller voice, the smaller voice can go up higher in pitch. I'm going to stop doing that because that was horrible. Or at least it was very annoying. And funny thing about the how loud to sing thing. There's a vocalist that I know, Buck, goes by Husky in Denial, did a song that showed up in For Affinity one day that I was super impressed by. And it was a Blur song. It was that one with numbers in it, which is a really loud belting thing. And I was blown away by how well he did it. But it turned out he was doing it at a very quiet volume because he was singing into a laptop. And the laptop was distorting if you went louder, so he had to go into a rock and roll belt at an incredibly quiet volume, and it sounded amazing. So, and that's not unusual. That's not dissimilar to other ones. There's a voice teacher on YouTube who did a cover of, let's see, Rob Halford, a Jawbreaker or something, and was astonishing because he covered a song by Rob Halford, a Judas Priest song, where it ended, I don't know, maybe it was Grinder. And it sounded as if he was deafeningly loud, and yet, like Rob Halford, he hit the last note, a high note, and held it for like 30 seconds. And like if it was Grinder, it would be like, Grinder! And if I back way off the mic, Grinder! I can distort no matter how far away I am because my mic is not turned down enough to be able to handle it. And that was loud. And that was like, okay, make your throat hurt, make it go really loud. But at the same time, I can zoom in on the mic with a similar sound. Grinder! But, Grinder! Looking for me! And I'm forcing it to be way quieter, and I'm still distorting the microphone. I'm sorry about that. We shouldn't be talking about... Well, the reason we're talking about voices is because I'm trying to design this tool to enable work on those things. And I will show you what I mean by that in a minute. Working on it. Well, it depends. Like, it's good to be able to control that because otherwise you're likely not to have a reliable vocal apparatus for singing things. Because if you have to break your voice in order to make the noise come out, that's dangerous and bad for you. Let's see, 36, 64, and 68. Sure enough. So one of the things I wanted to do was update this control by these numbers. But not only that. So maybe first thing I can do, my voice is a little scrunchy now. Now don't worry, that sidetrack is actually key to one of the main things I wanted to do with this, so I'm not unhappy about being reminded about it. What am I doing and where am I doing it? Okay. We're going to read some stuff. Input. Here's where things get interesting. Here is also where I'm deeply frustrated that I apparently can't click on things properly anymore, but whatever. I'll worry about that later. What in God's name is this about? Oh, that's actually part of it. Okay, HSL saturation of this color. Cool, cool. Got that going on. Fine. Call it voice color. Go ahead. You're not wrong. That's informative. That's what we're doing with it. So, okay. And now we're going to take this from here. It goes there. That goes there. See what this is? It says blue bass, red belt, green falsetto. That's what we're going to try to make happen. We'll start with bass. We need to be reading those text boxes. We need to be reading these. The first thing again. Oh, this is so maddening, and yet, trying to get there. Can we read a text box? Let's find out. It so badly wants to tell me what to do. Madness. Lowest belt and falsetto. Start with this. So the fun thing about using something like Godot is you can do all kinds of funky things like this. And then continue. Or, no. Hey. Or, see, because Godot gives you all these toys to play with. Now we get to have an end. Not only that, And then I call it falsetto. That's fine. The whole word. No. I tell you, these things, they get really wonky. No. Close, but no. But I'll take it. Oh, actually, no. No, let's not take that. Oh, needs to be lowercase. Sorry, excuse me with that nonsense. Oh, for heaven's sake. That's literally not what I had in mind, or even what I had selected. Oh, low is red in your brain? Yeah, I'm going for red simply because I want the dots. You'll see. I'm putting dots that are like sung notes. And so the idea is to, when you click notes on the area, the ones where it's like, you should sing these loud if you're going to sing them at all. It's going to be intense. It's going to be exhausting. It's going to be alarming. If you want to croon little pretty songs, then pick other notes. That's why they're colored red. But it's going to shade into purple and blue. And then it's going to snap over to green for the falsetto, because those are the ones you don't even get to sing in that loud kind of way, that you literally have to stop and go, I'm not going to be able to consistently hit that note in the belt. Not in a million years. I'm going to have to hit that note in a completely different kind of voice, hence a different color. And if you try to place the color expecting that it's going to be a belt, you go, oops, I better sing something else. Because otherwise, you might be making up chords and things, making up songs and playing things on guitars or whatever, thinking you're going to be able to sing a melody over them. And that has bitten me many times. So we're not going there. So let's see, what was I trying to do here? I was trying to do something like this, except for it's going to end up looking different. There. Okay, got there. But that's going to be, what, not saying a very light shade of purple. So instead, this is going to be 255 minus something. I know, right? Agreed. This one's meant to be less blue the nearer you are to belt. So we're starting with click Y, although it is actually a float, so that makes it a little more tricky, but not necessarily all that much. I'll probably have to cast things to int here. We know we're at least at lowest, and so click Y minus lowest is going to be at least like 0. What, have I got the wrong numbers? What's going on now? I feel like it wants something from me. Or maybe I just don't have the right number of parens. Nope, that's not what it wanted. No, it's no happier with that, is it? What's your little problem? You stupid, stupid thing. I don't think Godot natively has many. Oh, it's byte. Okay, that's even simpler. Here's what we do. Oh, come on. You know what? It doesn't know what it's doing. It does not know what it's doing. But it does know that it needs it to be a capital. So we'll go from there. Nope. Nope. Still no. No. What the hell does this want from me? What the hell does it want from me? Now it's talking a bunch of crazy nonsense. Wants me to do this. I'm going to say, hell no. Hell no, I'm not going to do that. You're babbling. You're crazy. You've gone completely around the twist. And I tell you what, as soon as I click away from this, it's going to complain again. Sure enough. How am I supposed to persuade you to be, Byte? I ask. It's not in system I'm looking for this stuff for. It's in the Godot engine. What's your problem? Hey, Travis. I see nothing that specifies Godot here. See, this is casting this to an int. And it's not okay with it being an int. And if I take away this math, it'll be fine. The problem is, I can't do it as just math. Okay, that worked. That's not a word. And it's not happy with this either. What? I probably can't cast a float or double to a byte. That's just too insane. Okay. Can we even do that? Oh, for heaven's sake. Always ends up this way, doesn't it? It ends up with the deepest frustrations. That's it. Oh, to int. No, we can't do that, can we? We have to cast it. And that might just work. We'll find out. Let's find out firstly whether we can even do that thing. You're still not happy with this. What is your problem? Huh. I wouldn't call you a liar. We'll live with it. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying Basic Comp. It's a strange beast. I ended up having to do another version of Chimey Guitar because it wasn't working perfectly for me in the original Chimey Guitar. but it is a very interesting and strange compressor. So there's that. Okay, now let's literally copy that and paste. First copy, then paste into here, because this is going to be a different thing. It's less than or equal to belt. So that means that 255, it means it needs to be closest to 0 when click Y color is closest to belt. But click Y is going to be less than, so it needs to be belt minus click Y color rather than the reverse. And if we do these things, and then just copy and paste that one more time, if on the other hand it is higher than belt, but also lower than or equal to oh, interesting. We don't have to cast lowest to byte, do we? Which implies that we don't have to cast click Y color either. Is that true? Well, for this bit, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. Run. Nope. I cannot seem to remember that you don't hit Command B to build it in Writer. And here we are. Oh, except for that's not at all what I wanted. Okay. This is a charming pile of mess we have here. And I'll tell you what's happening. Everything is shades of yellow. And that's because we're fading between, well, no, wait. Hang on. Yeah, we're fading between red and blue. Everything's all wrong. But it's fixable. RGB, thank you very much. And it should be let's see, which one needs to be which? This one needs to be first. Then G needs to be 0, and this needs to be last. And I probably also need to multiply them. Let's see whether we can get any. Oh, for heaven's sake. I think I just screwed it up again. I totally just screwed it up again. We need all of that. That makes red be most when click Y color is closest to belt, Blue be most when click Y color is closest to lowest. And we could amplify all of that quite a bit, but then it'll switch to green. And it's going to be mostly shades of purple. And there I am still hitting Command B to try to run it. And we're still placing them even when they're black, which I'd rather it skipped that. So, oops. Let's fix that. This is being cast to byte, but I can probably, well, no, multiplying that's not going to do a damn bit of good. Each step of the way, I'm going to need to add another pair of parens and then multiply this factor. Let's see where we got. And again, that's not great. That shouldn't be there. Let's not have it be that value. Let's have it be that value. So there's our, among our lowest possible notes, that's a rich shade of purple. I could also have those notes not be distorting if you go up to the falsettos. And as we keep going up into the falsettos, we'll start to get to that place where I can't hit those notes anymore, at which point that color will turn to black, but it will not stop. Can't hit that. Not reliably, anyhow. So moving beyond there, I don't suppose I can bail out of click X there, but what I can do is check voice color. Voice color is going to be 0 if you're not supposed to be able to hit that note. Not only that, I'm checking with this in order to see what the color would be. What is that, a capital 0? Oh, aha. So we can just test that out. It will not draw a pixel unless you're allowed to sing that note. Likewise, I shouldn't make it beep. but it can specify what the note was, though. It can print note number correctly. And if we run this, we've even got it set up so that it will confine itself I don't appear to be able to scroll it down anymore, but that's because we're not adjusting the scroll by these numbers yet. So right now I can't make it scroll lower, but I can make it scroll up 2 notes I cannot hit. Can't go any higher than that. However, I do believe I can adjust these colors a little better. Let's see what we can do. Or is that even what I want? Hang on. Figuring it out. What the heck? Let's see what that is. Okay. I wanted it to be blue for these low notes. Can't hardly even hit that one though. That's a red. Yeah. 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 Yet that's not falsetto yet. That's the highest note. That's the 64. And sure enough, actually, no, not sure. Technically, I can hit that, but I've not got it set up to the way I've got it calculated. That should not be counting as the red color. But it's doing a respectable job of illustrating these things as colored dots that relatively resemble how I feel these notes feel to sing, whether they're like red and tooth and claw and brutal, or whether they're deep notes, sort of purple, plummy kind of tones. Higher you go, the sharper you can get. Up to these ones where it's harder to make them mellow and smooth sounding, and so I'm coloring them red. And then these ones in green are because you simply cannot take the full belt up to those notes. It will break. So that's where my voice breaks. Now I need to change all of this to track what these numbers actually are. In fact, I think I'm reading this already. So if I was to, instead of 64, say 43, all of a sudden it's corrected to that. Or say it was 57. If that was as high as you could go, you would not get to sing that note in that voice. Or if I could belt all the way up to here, most of my range is this shade of purple. It goes down to the same note. Or let's say I can't sing that low. So I'm a tenor, so those are my low notes. I'm staying or something, so I can sing way up there. You know, a full belted range, but going down to here, I can't go down to these notes. I can only go down to, not this one, but this one. And our keys change around, and our indicator here, which shows us what the root note is, changes around. And we're in E flat minor, and specifying what MIDI notes you can actually hit and what you cannot. All of a sudden I can't click on a bloody thing. Oh, there's good reason for that. Come on, honey. So it'll work like that. Need to be able to save people's personal notes for these, but it's probably time for me to punch in some labels. Move them to relevant places. Have I already duplicated that? No, I don't think I did. Well, we'll fix that. which is not fashion wear as much as it is don't try to sing loud above this note. Then one more dupe. Let's not change the name of that. It resized it for me, but I didn't want it to. And there we are. So if I get this developed to the point where people can actually use it, you will need to figure out what those notes are for yourself and punch in the values, at which point I need to make it remember them. So it needs to save them somewhere. We're not quite done though, because there's more. But first I'm going to throw on some background music for those who are here, such as they are, because I need to go and hit the restroom again. Won't be long though. I've finished off all my herbal tea. So that would be why I'm feeling such a need. That was a Chris track, yes. I don't think I've actually put it out or done anything with it. I'm probably going to throw it away, or at least not do anything with it. All of this stuff with me trying to make sequences and machines and so on and groove with them. I'm pretty sure what the actual answer is going to be is something else. Add script. New script. We're going to call it something else. I'm tempted to make it be a GD script, except for I don't really want to. I want to do everything in C# if possible. So let's see what we can do. I might have to open up another program to look up what to do with this. Yeah. Note, I wasn't able to actually hear any of that. I piped it through to the stream. I'm going to switch back over to the regular sound so that I can hear things. I put a lot of work into trying to make that be good. I have a tendency to do that. Let's see. We're going to call it range update. And here we are. So we're not actually, no, I could play it again. Right now I've got other things on my mind, namely going to Godot projects and into the matrix, because this will have stuff that is some kind of being able to look up and update things. That's not going to open in Finder. So that gets called when the node enters the scene tree and ready. So that's not what I was looking for. There is a function. So one of the things I was doing to make this run was text change signal fires this. So it looks like we spell out or because you see, one of the things I was looking to do was change values on the scroll bar. That's the thing. This was all to recalculate how the scroll bar works. Ideally, to make it so that it clamps the range to what you can sing. Let's see if we can get that to work in any way, shape, or form. Maybe even a little bit beyond, so that you can have a range beyond, which is the places you can't hit notes. Gives one furiously to think. Boop. So not as useful as I'd thought. We're not going to need any of these. That wasn't helpful. We don't need ready. We don't need process or any of that stuff, thank you. And I don't think the underscores matter here, although it will bug me if they do. And so that is now what this contains, and none of this other stuff matters. Now let's see whether we can do anything even remotely useful with any of this. I need to be able to refer to stuff like in here, so we'll quickly see whether that can be done. And in fact, we're using these very values, so let's grab them. And see whether we can edit, text edit. Can we even run that? Doesn't do anything yet, but can we run it or does it crash? It doesn't crash, and the script was attached to this, but this doesn't actually do anything yet. But we can see it, so far so good, I suppose. Probably similar textology here. So let's see, which one were we trying to update? Also, we can clamp these things. Oh, it doesn't need to be byte. I can change that. That doesn't need to be there anymore. It's not breaking anything, it's fine, but still. That literally never needed to be that. And I wonder whether this breaks and dies if that part's not there. Oh, look, we don't need this now. I am very frustrated, however, that the ability to click on things seems to have diminished and died. It shouldn't be that hard to click on the bloody things. I don't know what happened to break it. It just suddenly started working much worse than it had. So over to here. Scroll H min value needs to be updated. Also, I can sanity check some of these things. Like top belt has to be between these two. I can maybe do that, and let's see, are we in fact calling it up? No, not for everything, but there and here. What's the difference between quick load and load? Not much. But it won't do anything unless we're connecting signals. That's not the attached script. No, it's not. No, it's not. In fact, I don't see a script in here at all. I do want from change. But that's range update, as it should be, as it should be. Well, let's start throwing some logic in here. Oh, I don't like that. Well, that's not the right way of doing it. Can you figure out what I was trying to do? No, you can't. Crazy twisted thing. Maybe within the content. Oh, how about no, no better. Okay, it doesn't want that class being there. We're doing it in, oh, okay. Good baby. That's exactly what I had in mind. I just had it on the wrong side. Cool. Built this less than lowest. Built this equal to lowest, and then we reassign it. And I can worsify the rendering of this if I bloody well please. It's not really obfuscated. It's just several things in quick succession. Meaning, I can also do this. And all of that should work, and we're updating as needed. Interesting. Okay. Oh, I should not have updated that. That was correct the first time. And then lastly, we can do a check of the extremes first. But you need to be a capital F. There we go. And lastly, let's nobody can sing a 120. It has to be a capital L. And this is about to be updated as well. Sanity checking. Let's say no human being can begin to sing a MIDI note lower than 10. Seems fair. Also, nobody's lowest note is higher than a MIDI note of 100. But you maybe can do a falsetto up to 120. Very silly. But here we are. Giant pile of sanity checks. Only now can we start updating things like the scroll bar. So let's see if we can go and find the scroll bar now that we know we want to set it to falsetto. Because we've now sanity checked everything up de wazoo. I think it's part of piano roll. Oops. What did I call it? I don't remember what I called it. Scroll H. Fine. What's the thing I need to change? Also, our stuff isn't doing anything yet. Okay, so we need to go to here, range update CS, and call update scroll bar, which is actually including other things, mind you, so let's dial that right back and call it update. Signals. We do have the script. It is the correct script. Can we in fact make it call the thing if changed? Because if we don't send a signal from this, it won't do anything. Node, signals. Text changed. Connect. Advanced is just sending more arguments to the script. If you can sing a MIDI note of 120, please don't do it around me. It would hurt my ears real bad. Pick. So that's supposed to be the attached script, but it ain't. That's the wrong script. That's the wrong script. And I don't rightly know what to do about it. Why for you not have right script? Can you only attach one script? Okay, so main, there's main's script. Beep has its own script. Beep CS. I need to make these other ones call the script range update CS, and that's posing a problem. And that shows there. That is in fact range update CS that it's showing. Maybe I can drag it over to here. That did nothing. It looked like it did something, but it actually did nothing. If I connect from here, from signal, text changed, in lowest, connect to script. How about go to source? C# callback code won't be generated. That probably means I can't pick. So let's see if we can do update and see whether anything happens. So we've got a signal being sent to somewhere. Oh, it died. Range update identifier expected and semicolon expected. Well, that's amusing. Oh, I hadn't finished. Fair. So that doesn't necessarily mean it called it, though. That does not necessarily mean that it called the thing I wanted. I was in the middle of doing this. Signals, that don't matter. Min value. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Okay. Range. We go to range. We find min value in range. I beg your pardon. Are you telling me I can't update that from a script? Oh. It's not text edit. Don't mind me. I did a silly scroll bar. So here's what happened. I'm trying to use this control, but I'm telling it it's a text edit. It's super not a text edit. It's a scroll bar. Now we might be a little closer. Or not. Okay, let's not look in range. I assumed I needed to go to range. Let's look for min or max value. Min value is the one I'm going to be looking for. Up needs to be a double. Okay. Well, we can cast it to a double. It does not care whether it's a double or not. It's grayed out because it feels that is superfluous. Let's see whether that's really true. We'll also see whether we're connecting to the thing. Also, I got to run over and thaw out some food for my does not seem to have listened. Has not listened. Alrighty then. Give me a second, I gotta go and turn on the oven and stuff. I'll be right back. For values are right back that are a little over a minute probably. Okay. And you know, I didn't actually end up doing the primary thing I wanted to do, but I did a bunch of things that I didn't anticipate being able to do today. So it's all it all works out in the long run. So this ain't working. If I can get here, it'll work. But I have not yet got here. So that's irritating. Why can't I get here? This stuff would work if I was able to get here, but no. And you know, I'm absolutely certain that it's because, let's see, we can run it from here and it won't have those errors anymore. But also note, it's not doing the thing. It should be forcing these to be values they need to be, and it's not. So at no point are we even reaching that code. The code's not erroneous, the code is not false, but we're not reaching it. We're supposed to be able to reach it doing this. So we have connected, oh hello. So we've connected the script. We can load it like this. And then the signal that is sent, that's how we send something to a method. But it's not actually calling that. But it's also not failing. It's also not reaching. Go to method, I think that would go to the code if there was code there. Maybe it wants caps. Go to method. Nope. Let's edit it again. Oh, hi. Attach script update. I typed receiver method, and then it seems to be offering that. That's promising. Let's see whether the same thing happens here. First, type that and see if it goes to... nope. Look at that. That doesn't have the right script attached. It's got a different script attached. It's got main attached. And we don't have other scripts showing here. Oh, interesting. But if I click on... Here's what happened. I had main selected here. If instead I click on one of these guys, the script attached to it, do I need to even type anything? Signs point to no. Okay, got there. So anybody struggling with this in Godot, here's what happened. I can click on this. It does have a script attached. If I then try to connect, looky there, main is selected. That's not correct. I could select beep. That's not correct either. But if I want to connect to the script that's attached to this thing, I got to click on that one specifically, then connect it. Now, we should be running this. Let's first of all see if we can change okay, didn't expect that. That should have fired the change signal. Well, we've updated lowest note, but we didn't change this stuff at all. Go back to this, it's going to now change the range that we can use. We're having a slightly easier time clicking on things at the moment, but I think that's purely accidental. But we are not changing this, and we are not I did this before in GDScript, and it was possible to force it to control what's happening. So do we even get here? Are lowest built-in falsetto connected to piano roll? Yeah, they are. Am I getting a bunch of errors that I don't know about? Are we even getting here at all? Oh boy. Oh. Well, here's a way we can test it. If you get here, make a beep. Oh, needs a float. There we go. If you get here, please beep. We're not getting there. Lowest note of 598 quadrillion quintillion. So that's not sensible information, so we're not reaching that at all under any circumstances. Oh, hi. Now what happened? Okay. Well, I know I did a terrible, strange thing. But now what? None of that's my code. Main CS. Oh, I bet it was, but I don't have those controlled for values, do I? So we never got to that, so we never fixed anything. And so, let's see, main CS line 200. Yeah. So we just took that, and it doesn't have any control for wrong values. And it tried to make it be an int, and it fell over and screamed and died. As it might well do when I can't actually fire the update function. And that's a problem. So me typing all those funny numbers in there caused a problem, yes. But the code that I'm working on now and trying to get finished before the end of the day, God knows I could be doing other things. We're supposed to be able to run this. If we can run this, it should make a beep. And it should do this stuff. But it's not doing any of that stuff. Also, go to method doesn't seem to work. Well, we can go here, but it isn't able to run this. It's able to find it, but it's not able to run it. Shouldn't I be able to call this? That's nonsense. I'm able to call beep. Partial class beep audio stream player. Partial class range update text edit. Public void play note. Public void update. And we're able to find this, but it doesn't do anything. Oh, neat. They are having you use DuckDuckGo to update things. That's probably clever. I could see doing more of that going forward. There's going to be a good reason to. So if I make any of this be broken and wrong, it will actually stop working. I do believe it's being compiled. It's being compiled, but we can't make this run. So why? This should send a signal from text changed. I am doing that. I've seen it work before. Let's see if this part's working at all. So if I do this one, I have to include a call argument, or it won't work. We'll connect it. We'll try to make the text changed on lowest fire play note. And drop arguments that are sent by text changed. So from signal, I don't think it sends any arguments at all. I could be wrong. But we're adding an additional call argument, which is argument 1, and that's 440, because play note needs to be called with an argument. Let's see whether anything happens or anything works. It does a thing, and this one's not doing the same, so that part won't matter. But we're successfully calling beep. So connected from, never mind that. We should be able to fire update. Why is it not working? Receiver method, good. Should be able to call it as a void. It's just calling a void function. That should be able to do things. Why is it not able to do anything? Again, is it because I'm not calling piano roll? Or because these scripts aren't connecting to something? Like, what's with this if it's not? Well, let's trash that and see if the errors recur. Oh, we have also not updated things. I just changed that, but it didn't keep. It didn't take. Hit save. Let's see if that do any more. And we do have a pile of errors. So what's up with this? Well, that would explain a lot. It's not set to an instance of an object. Node not found. Okay. Oh, relative to root main piano roll lowest. Okay, so clearly that's why none of this is working. It's weirdly not crashing everything else. Root main piano roll lowest. Well, yeah, should be attached to that. How are you not able to be a node? I can click on you right here. Node not found. Well, I mean, the node's literally right here. So if the and it is a text edit node too. Well, hang on. Are we doing any of this in Beep? No. Okay, so this is a problem that's going to relate to what I'm doing. We're referring to piano roll, but it's assuming it's in class main. This is not in class main. This is in a different class. So it makes it look like it's searching for root main piano roll lowest, which it would be trying to get. Line 7, the first problem. When it goes get node, that's within Godot code, not mine. It's falling over at Godot's get node scene main node CPP 1878. That's not my code. So we can call this, but we don't get to refer to it this indirectly. So let's see whether, since we're not in main, we need to spell out this more explicitly. We can but try. Let's delete the errors and try to run again and see what happens. Another error. Okay, how bad did it get? What happened? Node not found. Main piano roll relative to main piano roll lowest. Okay. And that's the first thing is at number 7. So if I type that, that probably forces it to be root. And of course it's still going to crash, but is it still crashing at 7? Yes. Well, I guess I can just try to write it out in longhand. I don't see how that would necessarily work, but we got to find out. I'm trying to refer to one script from another script, so I'm trying to get into main, or at least I'm trying to get the stuff that's in main. So if those now work, that'll be a good sign. I'm thinking they probably won't, but you never can tell. Immediate quit. Interesting. Boom. Now we can't find scroll H. Well, that's weird and messy, but on the other hand, it seems like maybe we have a recipe for just spelling all this out in longhand. I'm pretty sure this is considered really bad. I cannot tell you how little I care. Let's see if we can get all this craziness up and doing something. And we'll copy that. And we'll change this and see if it goes bing. Hey! And now it's working. That's our highest. That's our highest. Lowest is 36. But now we're having a bit of a problem because we can't type in the number we need. Because it has to be 10. That's a problem. It means I can't type in a single digit number no matter what. Interesting. Does this qualify for this as well? It does. Okay. So there's your problem. We'll go right down to 0. We don't need the beep anymore. That was just to get us in here in any way, shape, or form. So lowest is 0. Doesn't get to be higher than 100. It's fine. those are also being clamped to 0 or at least to lowest, so there's our limit there. Now let's see if we run this again, can we make it do sensible things? Okay, there is 100, our scroll bar is now gone. But we get to type 36 back in. 99, nope, 120. And check it out. I'm going to have a little difficulty typing 65. Yeah. So, still some bugs in the system. In order to type in numbers, we have to be able to type in a single digit at a time. That means that for every digit that gets typed, we're going to probably override this in such a way where it's double checking for sensible results. Now we can type in lower things. Our higher numbers are still being constrained to sensible things. And for each of these, we can type in numbers one number at a time. Let's see what happens to our scroll bar now. There's our 36. We get to move it around. But if we set it to 20, that's 21. So that kind of worked, although it did strange things with the color, I'll tell you. But maybe I'm not worried about that, considering that all of this is very odd anyhow. On to 50. We have now forced this to only so if you have no range, my range is now 60 to 64. I can only sing these notes. And half of them are falsetto. Oh, interesting. Oh, top belt got clamped to that, didn't it? Let's make all the notes available. That's my range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those are the only notes I can sing. It worked. I don't have it saved in such a way that it remembers what you told it. But let's go and put it back to what it started as. So 36 for the lowest. What was top belt? 63? This is D sharp, so it's going to be 62, I think. And then that's not G sharp. think it wants 69. Yikes. Oh, I can't sing it. Yeah. Wow. What happened to my voice? It turned and bit me. Yeah. Gad, I'm going to choke. But as long as we're doing this, can we make it update the scroll bar max value? If so, what would we like that to be? Also, what would happen if we just straight up started updating it based on some of the other notes, like falsetto? I don't want max value, not min value. I don't think this is going to do anything useful, but all the same, let's find out what it does. There's our low note. Okay, interesting. So now I can scroll this far up. Oh, look at you. Now it's gone crazy. So that'd be the new top falsetto. Set it to this. Hopefully this doesn't get changed around. I just want to make it not blow up the program. I'm not sure this scroll bar is very useful. I can set it to this and it doesn't do a damn bit of good. It is a very high C, that. Way higher than I can sing. As soon as I update this, it's going to ruin top belt again. And we never get our broad scroll bar back when we change it. That's weird. And it never sets it to anything useful either. Okay, if we set it to that, there's no scroll bar at all. Set it to 40, we get an itty bitty scroll bar. At no point do we seem to get the large scroll bar back. And it's not actually using top belt for anything. So, do we have other things we can do to recalculate that stuff? Or have we overridden something without knowing it? Because here's the thing we're manipulating. Min value, max value, page, and value. And page changes things by octaves. I like that. Maybe we just don't update that? Or we update it only, but we could update it only by min value. It'd be a little bit weird if it ends up with a bunch of notes you can't hit, but let's see what we get. I'm starting it with basically my limited voice, which hits lower notes than people can usually do, so that might be a thing. Maybe it's simply max value that I don't get to change. Or if setting max value to like 9 or something, maybe that just straight up resets everything. Like I'm pretty sure, okay, so page 12, value 36. If we suddenly do this, page went to 0. Interesting. Okay, so this is kind of doing its own thing. And if we set it to 8,000, it's happy to do that, but page is still, that's why it changed. We want page to be 12. And only then will that work. I wonder whether you settle down. I fixed you. I wonder whether page crashes and dies if you set it and it doesn't make any sense. Let's totally try that experiment and find out. Here's the next experiment. We see if we break the whole entire thing by doing this. So top falsetto 6 goes away. 69 comes back. Okay. Cool. Also, there was a thing that I wanted to try as long as I'm doing this. Why are you saying equals false? You know what? I will just autocomplete that and then delete it again. No bueno. Well, oh no, that is a equal sign, isn't it? That's an assignment. Let's not. Alrighty. So both falsetto. If we are not doing falsetto, distort. In fact, I could even pump it up a hair. I don't have to though, but I could. I could. Maybe not. Not right now, anyway. That's not the first thing for me to fool with. First thing to fool with is let's make it actually do the thing. So play note, note, and falsetto. So we can do code in here. We're calling it with the answer to a logical question. It has to be bool. So if we were in falsetto, voice color G is 255. Slow up. You just typed a bunch of weird crap. Okay, so something went wrong, but I'm not really quite sure what. Oh, it's a frickin' assignment again, that's why. Okay, I keep on doing assignment operators in place of logical. Cool. I wonder whether it's more loud than it needs to be. But that's in beep. Let's... What else are we feeding into this? Well, we're feeding in pulse hertz. Let's see what we got. Cool. Could do with turning it down a little bit though. And we could turn this up a little bit too. Wrap it just a hair. After all, we do have the fall off here, so we'll clip a little bit under full crank, and we're in the final stages of stream. Everybody has become exhausted but me. That that sustains weirdly longer than I expected. Not quite a hard clip exactly, but it's not really meant to be. We can dial everything back just a hair. Like that. And in fact, we can also add an additional level of envelope. See, we're doing that twice. Here's what that's going to do. See, it sounds a little bit more like a loudly sung note. I'm not sure if I love the loud onset click. Object DB instances leaked at exit? Huh. So, are we still streaming? Have I exhausted everybody? We're getting some things happening at least. I can make this operate in a slightly different way. That's an int, yes, yes. Starts at 0. Let's do a nice little linear slope. Didn't want that. Again, you hit tab and all of a sudden it's typed a whole bunch of random bullcrap at you. See, it wants to do that. That's not what I want at all. This is why AI makes people stupider. Ooh, I've got that wrong. Cool. That should soften the onset. It's a little linear slope that is zooping up from silence every time this buffer restarts. It should work. Let's find out. little clicky. So what if it's a factor of the input note? It's not I we're going to be wanting, though. So we don't have this defined yet, but so if n was 300, 1i times 1 divided by 300 sounds about right. Let's test that assumption. Might as well. Cool. Worked. Hey, Cole. Yeah, by all means, download Godot. It's a very neat thing to be playing with. Mind you, I'm working in Rider, but that's just a C# editor. And in fact, a lot of the stuff that it's doing is not helpful. It's trying to write code for me and has no idea what it's doing. Oh God, it's 5:01. It's time for me to have tacos. Well, let me do one final thing. Pulse hertz. Pulse hertz is the frequency so if I had 20K and I divided that by 300, I would have a 66 note thing. If I had 20K and I divided it by 20 hertz, I'd have 1,000. And you know, I don't think there's a limit to what this can be. Yep, no tacos happening. So let's jump in here a little bit. Oh, for goodness sake, look at you. Look at you, Ryder. You did a thing I literally didn't want you to do. That's amazing. Do you feel proud? Fancy that. Oh, and it did not accept my divide either. Fine. Also, what happens if it's 20K divided by like 60K? I guess we'll find out. But for now, And I can't hit those because those are off the range for top falsetto. That means I have a built-in clamp for that, so it will never do the problem behavior. Hi, I can sing MIDI notes of 10. Because I'm a humpback whale. Hitting a low B. That's just silly. Cool. I feel like some of this stuff I don't necessarily... Oh, here's why that's getting updated. We'll sanity check all of that stuff for insane values, to be sure. We will not bother with this, but we will change min value. Wait a minute. I'm forcing page to be 12. Does that mean that this number actually becomes correct? As much as I hate hanging on long past the time stream is over, let's set that and see if it makes things look real different now. 80. And you know why not? Because it went to a new maximum. Neat. Okay, look at that. We can't even scroll if it's beyond a certain amount, and that is because I will go to top belt, but then it will cut off and not give me falsetto at all. But this is interesting. This is very interesting. That's a 67. But we're starting out with it at 80. If we started out with it at 67, that being what we're actually, okay. It's getting briefly stuck. It's letting me scroll yay far, but as we step down, oh hi. .49 means you can't even move it hardly at all. So although we're not changing the vertical stretching of it, which is another thing, we can maybe compel it to contain itself within notes. So let's see, top falsetto, 49. .48, 47, No ability to change anything there. So 47, 47. Falsetto minus 20. It's an int, so that's fine. And we have now got it set so that it will, but if we change it, boop, all of a sudden, we can't hit that note, nor can we scroll to it. But if we fool with that a little bit, say maybe go to falsetto minus 18. Since we're updating page, we're updating some of the stuff that goes on. 68, 67. Scroll until you can reach 68, except for that 69. Hello, secondary key. You should let me click on you, but no. We're not getting to click on that anymore. That's unfortunate. Falsetto minus 19. Now let's see if we can fool around with this and have it. I do have to edit that though, but as soon as we type it, there's our 67. Engage secondary key. Still not able to do it, so let's scooch it up one more. Bingo. And now we can click that, but our top falsetto number is a bit off. So that needs to be fixed elsewhere. That needs to be fixed in here. Less than equal falsetto. Okay, it's going by voice color. Maybe it's just as simple as this. Let's find out. Secondary key engaged. Here's my lowest note. There's 67, 68. But we don't get to scroll off the top of the screen. Now, if the lowest note is actually 32, oh hey, our top scroll is still the highest note we can theoretically play, so that's cool. I'm going to be changing it around more. But our lowest note is now neatly 32. If our lowest note was instead 45, there it is, bottom of the screen. You can't click any lower than that. And you don't get to zoom out, but it's not letting you click any higher than top falsetto. But if we go to 79, our lowest note is actually no, okay, so that's not as expected. Lowest note's supposed to be 45. Oh, wait, no. I had that wrong. I should have been scrolling the other direction to reach that. 45. There it is. Highest note, 79. There it is. Okay. So if you can identify the correct notes, ooh, that's not top belt. That's top just before belt. Okay. Okay. All manner of dumb little changes being made here to make it work. But what do you want for nothing? Rava biscuit? Let's make this change here too. Save. Run again with my default settings. Here's my lowest note, and that's the farthest you can scroll it. Top falsetto is... Oh wait, no, I have to reset this, don't I? So if we told it to be 68, you gotta scroll up one to get there. Cool. Yeah, Jazz has called it taco. But these are some of the things I wanted. I never got any of the chord stuff done. Maybe I'll do that next week, or maybe I'll do that on my own time without streaming it. But I did want to have notes that are hittable when you sing. You have to be able to look up what the MIDI note is. And to be able to type them in, have it show different pictures, and have it restrict the available canvas area to the notes that you can manage. So it's somewhat arbitrary, and I'll tell you why. It's arbitrary because also, let me make it automatically do the thing. So max value falsetto minus 19. 68 minus 19. We can do that. No, I can't. I have to use the calculator for it. But I have no shame, and I will do exactly that. 68 minus 19. 49. 36 to 49. And that's because the range goes higher than the range of movement. The range of movement is only what's available there, but the range of what is reachable by a note goes beyond simply that. I don't think I can belt the D sharp. I think that's wrong. But I don't know why it did that, other than maybe me changing the numbers around. Worry about it later, if at all. Maybe not worry about it. Maybe just go back to over here. Tell the value to be 49. Because that way I need to scroll it in order to hit the lowest possible notes, which I wouldn't want to write into stuff anyway. And we'll just run with that. Here's the thing that would need to be changed in order to get a different scroll on that. I don't know to what extent that would matter. Although there's one quick way to find out. Oh wait, gotta save you, otherwise we won't see that change. So that operates as expected, but this fails pretty hardcore. So all of this would need to be adjusted further depending upon whether I zoomed in or out, because that is very much restricted to my fundamental default setting there. And it's got a pretty wide range of zoom, but I'm probably not going to want to use it. Enough for now. Well, you know, quit. There we go. And on that note, time for me to go make tacos before it's like 5:30 and later. And I will talk to you later. But this has been kind of cool. Hey, when I started this morning, it wasn't even able to go boop. And now it can go boop in a bunch of different ways, and including the beep has a falsetto and a head voice. So, all things considered, what's not to enjoy? See you next week. Bye-bye.